It was a very successful road trip for the Tigers, and they are back home wearing the home whites tonight as we welcome back to Comerica Park. The Rockies are in town to start a 3-game interleague series here against the Tigers. Starting lineup for Colorado tonight, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. It includes a name that we should all know, Michael Kadire. He'll be the right fielder tonight. They have Fowler, Scudero, and Gonzalez at the top. Kadire batting cleanup. Jason Giambi is the DH. Todd Helton at first. Pacheco, Rosario, and Nelson are rounding out the lineup for Jim Tracy this evening. Tonight's starting pitcher for the Tigers is lefty Casey Crosby. He is presented by Soaring Eagle Casino.
You can see that Crosby fared much better his second major league start than he did his first. He logged 5 in the third innings that day against Cleveland, gave up 3 earned runs and got a W in that game. He's got a fastball anywhere from 90 to 94, curveball, slider, and a nice little changeup as well.
We do want to remind you that if the Tigers combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow. And you know the drill by now. You get a free small order of curly fries. Well, what a great night for baseball here. It's good to be back home, albeit just for a week. The Tigers have a homestand here as interleague play continues. And the Rockies are in town. Dexter Fowler getting set to step into the batter's box. It'll be Fowler, Scudero, and Gonzalez, the top 3 hitters. Dexter batting .274 with 8 home runs, and he's had good career numbers. 5 for 11 against Detroit pitching. Here we go. The first pitch of the ball game is on the outer edge, and strike 1 to Fowler.
Fowler hitting for a lot more power this year than he has in the past. Already 8 home runs and quite a few extra base hits for Dexter.
He hits this one in the air to right field. Brendan Bosch is there, and that's how we start this one tonight. 1 gone.
The rest of the Tigers' defensive alignment reads this way. Jackson in center. Rayburn is getting the start in left field tonight. He started at second yesterday in Chicago. You got Peralta and Worth up the middle. The big fellas, they are anchored on the corners in the infield, and Brian Holiday is catching today, catching Casey Crosby, who he caught while they were both in Toledo.
Yeah, Gerald Laird caught the entire road trip, and so Holiday is behind there tonight. Scudero steps in. He also has an American League background. Was recently with the Boston Red Sox. .279 hitter. Of course, the Rockies are without one of their big-time performers, Troy Tulowitzki, who is on the disabled list.
And they're going to be without him for quite some time. He re-injured his groin on a rehab assignment in the minor leagues.
So Jim Tracy without a very key component of his starting lineup. The 1-1 is in for a strike. 1-2 on Marco Scudero. Casey Crosby in his 3rd big league start. Started the year down at Toledo. Here's the 1-2 offering. Bouncing ball left side. Cabrera, nice stop from his knees. Throws. He got him at first base. What a play by Miguel Cabrera. 2 gone.
For the most part, Miguel Cabrera has made every single play down at third base. He dives for this ball. He can't get up fast enough, so he simply throws from both knees and has enough arm strength to get the ball all the way across the diamond to fielder.
2 up, 2 down. Nice defensive play helping the cause for Crosby. That'll bring up Carlos Gonzalez, who's having another good year. 16 home runs already. And he shows bunt. Strike 1. Gonzalez hitting .322. Right now enjoying a 5-game hitting streak. Crosby working quickly. The 0-1. Tried to check it inside. It goes to the backstop. Tim Cheetah having trouble seeing down the third base line. Half the field still in the sunlight. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count. They had 0-2 on the scoreboard here, so it's 1-1. And a wave and a miss.
Pretty good breaking ball here by Crosby to the left-handed Gonzalez. It's a big breaking ball at 75 miles an hour.
Carlos Gonzalez leads the National League in total bases, 144, as he continues to build on what has been a really good career, just a couple of years in the majors. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The rookie battery tonight, and a bouncing ball foul first base side.
Rockies come limping to the Motor City. They lost their entire homestand, 6 games. They have not won in interleague play yet this year. They are 0-9.
Ouch. And they've lost 8 straight games. Limping to say the least. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. What a start tonight for Crosby. His first strikeout of the game. 1, 2, 3 go the Rockies. We head to the bottom of the first inning. No score. It is a scoreless ball game as we go to the bottom of the first, and a snappy first inning for Casey Crosby through just 12 pitches, 9 strikes. And so here comes the Tigers offense presented by Big Boy. It's Jackson, Bosch, and Cabrera at the top. Fielder in the middle along with Delman Young, the DH tonight. Then Peralta, Rayburn, Worth, and Holiday round out the Tigers starting lineup. And Austin Jackson looks at a ball outside, 1-0 the count. AJ at 323 with 7 home runs now. The 1-0 from Francis, lifted in the air, right center field. Fowler cruising over, and the center fielder will make the catch. Tonight's starting pitcher for the Rockies is indeed Jeff Francis, presented by Fox Volkswagen of Rochester Hill.
It is Francis's second tour of duty with the Colorado Rockies. He got his big league start there and left and then came back. You see his career numbers: 181 starts, 3 complete games. He is about 6 games under 500. He's not going to overpower the Tigers here today. Touch and feel left-hander, fastball very seldom gets above 90.
Bosch looks at ball 1. Big road trip for Bosch. In fact, he hit 500 on the road trip. 11 for 22, and the average now is up to 252. Check swing strike. 1-1 on Bosch. 7-game hit streak right now. Brennan earlier this year had a 12-gamer. Here's the 1-1 from Francis. Slow breaking ball, and did he go? Yep. Tim Cheetah said he went around. 1-2 the count.
Good call by Tim Cheetah.
Bosch now with 25 RBIs, had 6 hits in the Cubs series alone. Here's the 1-2 offering. Slow roller hit towards second. Chris Nelson gobbles it up there. And there are 2 gone.
Tim Hortons is the sponsor of the Rockies defensive alignment tonight. You have Cargo. That's Carlos Gonzalez in left. Dexter Fowler can really run in center field. You know all about Michael Condaire. He has a good arm. Pacheco's at third. Scudero's at short. Nelson at second. Todd Helton is at first. And Rosario is putting down the signs today for Francis.
So here is Cabrera now with the bases empty. Miguel batting .307. Looks at ball 1. Only a couple of hits in that series against the Cubs, and the Tigers won yesterday's game really without a whole lot of production from their 3 and 4 hitters, which was an encouraging sign.
They had nice contributions from just about everybody else,
which is something we got accustomed to last year, even though Cabrera and Martinez were so good in the middle of that Tigers lineup. It was really good to see some other guys come through. Rayburn had a double to get the offense started early. There's a strike, 2-1. Miguel right now is 10 home runs shy of 300 for his career. That'll be his next milestone. Way outside, 3-1.
Had Miguel spent his entire big league career in hitter-friendly ballparks, we'd be talking about him probably 10 home runs shy of 400.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he started playing in Florida, and that was not a good hitter's park. And of course, this is not a great hitter's park.
Francis clearly wanted no part of Cabrera. He walks him, and now he'll deal with Prince Fielder. That'll set up the lefty-lefty situation here with 2 outs. Prince is hit safely in his last 5. Career .301 against the Rockies, and he saw plenty of them over in the National League. 9 home runs. There goes the shift. And Prince sends a ground ball to second base right at Nelson. That will end the inning. The Tigers get a 2-out walk but leave 1. We'll go to the second here at Comerica. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Strength and stability since 1849. Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And by Handy EcoFoil, out of the oven and to the party without a worry. Back here at Comerica Park in a scoreless game. Game 1 in this 3-game series against the Rockies. Casey Crosby, a very easy 1-2-3 first. Michael Condaire will lead it off for the Rockies. And he lines one foul down the left field line. It sounds strange to say Michael Cuddyer for the Rockies. 11 seasons with the Minnesota Twins. And he has played a bunch in this ballpark, in this division. Slow tap. Here comes Cabrera on the charge, and he'll throw. It's going to be off target. It's going to be a tough play anyway. That'll be an infield hit for Cuddyer.
Cabrera playing deep at third base because bunting is not part of Cuddyer's game, and once he got the ball in his bare hand, he still threw it, but he really didn't have an opportunity at throwing Cuddyer out.
First base runner for the Rockies. That'll bring up Jason Giambi. He's batting .256. A lifetime .301 hitter against Detroit. And he sends one foul first base side. Giambi's been around a long time. He is now 41 years of age. A lot of gray in that beard. Through his career, he's rolled up some numbers. Crosby's 0-1 is hit on the ground at first. Prince has it, fires to second, one relay to first. Crosby covers for the double play.
It's a nice job here by Prince Fielder, and you have Miguel Cabrera at that shortstop position because of the shift, and he got it to Miguel. Miguel took his time getting the ball back to Crosby, but made a really good throw. But I really like that feed by Prince that he gave to Cabrera, because we have seen some feeds from Prince that kind of sail the opposite way.
And really, that's where that play is made, I think, right?
Yep. I mean, they tell you as a first baseman, don't worry about getting back to the bag to receive the throw back from the shortstop. You make sure you give the shortstop a good feed, and the pitcher's supposed to be there, which Crosby was.
The old 3-5-1 double play. As Todd Helton stands in. He is a lifetime .320 hitter against Tigers pitching. There's a ball inside.
Helton is one of the original Blake Street Bombers back in the day. Mid-90s, boy, they had Ellis Burks and Bichette.
Galarraga, yeah.
Larry Walker. Vinny Castilla.
Big time offensive names.
When you rolled in there, they were getting it done. They could hit.
Helton, of course, has hit every single season he's been in the big leagues. He's won a batting title. That was in 2000 when he hit over .370. Had missed outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
He will never get nearly the credit that he deserves because of the ballpark that he spent his entire career in.
He's just drawn a walk. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a lot of folks think that his numbers may be a tad inflated because of how the ball flies or flew there. But
he's a true pro, though.
He can play, and the numbers back it up. The Bernstein Advantage brings you the scouting report on Todd Helton. Get the Bernstein Advantage. We go to bat for you.
Told you about all those other guys that I mentioned that were Blake Street Bombers. Helton, the only one still standing. Everybody else has gone to the house.
Franchise leader in all of those different categories. Crosby fires a strike to Jordan Pacheco. Batting .298. Pacheco playing third base. Here's the 0-1. But outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pacheco can hit. He does not have a lot of power. He was a second baseman and a shortstop in college. They spent 4 years trying to groom him as a catcher in the Rockies organization, but he's probably the 3rd catcher on their depth chart in the major leagues, but he's got a nice little line drive stroke.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Wave and a miss. Out in front of the off-speed pitch, 1-2.
Good arm speed here by Crosby with the changeup. And located beautifully.
Casey picked up his first major league win in his last start. Victory over Cleveland. He went 5 1/3, allowing 3 earned runs. First big league win in just his second big league start. Here's the 1-2. Chopped foul right off his foot. Pacheco is caught. He has played first. He's played second. He's played third.
They sent Pacheco down to the minor leagues earlier this year, as a matter of fact, just to work on getting better at third base. His hitting has never been an issue, and that's why they continue to find places for him to play.
1-2 the count. Jim Tracy, the skipper of the Colorado Rockies, former Dodgers skipper.
Pirates too, right?
Right. Pirates too. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, and Crosby has another strikeout. He is second of the game. No runs, a hit, a walk, 1 man left. Here comes the bottom of the second. Time now for the Farmers Insurance Report Card. The Tigers have agreed to terms on some of their 2012 draft picks, including Jake Thompson, who is a right-handed pitcher out of high school in Texas. Austin Schatz, a speedy center fielder. A couple of their higher draft choices. As the Tigers continue to restock the minor league system, the draft just completed recently.
It's going to be easier for a lot of teams to sign all their players this year with the new CBA agreement, which basically has all the players slotted in an area where you can give them the amount of dollars that's slotted for that area. So a lot of not a lot of negotiations going on these days.
Delman Young, the batter here, and he looks at a ball 2-1. Yeah, I think players realize now in the draft this year that this is pretty much going to be it. So there's no reason to drag it on. You might as well sign. There's a swing and a miss.
Francis is one of those guys that's not going to overpower any of these Tigers hitters, as we told you earlier. I think his top fastball has been just 87 miles an hour so far.
Right back up the middle. Here comes Nelson on the charge. Delman is out, 1 gone.
And he's not going to get much above that, but what he's going to do is change speeds on his breaking ball and throw you lots of changeup. So if you're a right-handed batter, and there's quite a few righties in this lineup, you simply really have to concentrate on hitting the ball the other way. If he makes a mistake inside, your hands will be quick enough for you to still get to that because he's not going to throw it by you.
Here's Johnny Peralta. Had a nice series against the Cubs. And Johnny now is starting to show some life offensively, which is a welcome sight for the bottom part of the Tigers lineup. 1-0 from Francis is outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Nice call here.
Peralta hitting .267. He has knocked in 18 this year. And he looks at a strike, 2-1. Francis, 31 years of age, born in Vancouver, British Columbia. He is a native Canadian, 6'5", 220. Driven to the gap in left center field. Fowler's on the run, not going to get it. It'll go all the way to the warning track in front of the wall. It's a double for Johnny Peralta. The Tigers have their first hit of the game.
Johnny was thinking about going to right center as far as his approach is concerned, because he's been going to right center with regularity. But because it was an off-speed pitch, not thrown very hard, it was down. It sped his bat up, and he went left central with it to get himself a stand-up double.
Tigers have their best scoring opportunity of the early goings here. 13th double of the year for Peralta.
Detroit has one of the best center fielders in the American League as far as running down baseballs out there. And Fowler for the Colorado Rockies is real smooth out there. He can really cover some ground. You saw him cut that ball off there and keep Johnny to a double where it could have been a triple.
Yeah, that ball looked like it was going up against the wall easily.
He's got a lot of speed out there.
Rayburn trying to drive this run in. Here's the 1-0. They will appeal. He did not go, said Corey Blazer. 2-0 on Rayburn, who returned to the Tigers yesterday in Chicago and promptly knocked in a double. Or knocked in a run with a double. And Rayburn now with 8 driven in. Here's the 2-0. That's in there, 2-1. Leland said before the game that Rayburn is not specifically going to play every day. He is just in there yesterday, today, and probably tomorrow because of the left-handers the Tigers have been facing. Here's the 2-1. Ground ball, shortstop side, fielded there by Scudero. And dug out by Helton for the out. 2 gone, runners does not advance, and that's going to bring up Danny Worth.
Rayburn's going to have to earn his playing time this time around after being the starting second baseman at the beginning of the year and struggling to prove that maybe he's an everyday player or possibly better suited coming off the bench.
Well, the skipper did say now if Rayburn does get hot and he gets going, then certainly he will get more consistent playing time, but that's not the plan out of the chute here. Worth batting 196. He'll take a 2-out hit now to try and get a run in for Detroit. And Danny watches one sail low. Rosario able to block it. These two teams have really done some opposite work against the other league. The Tigers have won 6 of 9 in interleague play. And really under Jim Leland, they've been really good since 06. The Rockies are 0-9 this year against the American League.
And even though they're 0-9 against the American League, they still have one of the better interleague records in that league, period.
Yeah, they do. In the past couple of years, they've been awfully good despite this year. They're 56-46 since 06, the Rockies. Now Worth steps out. Tigers trying to take the lead with a 2-out hit. Two balls, 1 strike. Ground ball to short. Scudero is there for that one as well. And the Tigers strand a 1-out double. No runs, a hit, 1 man left. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. Still no score in this one as we go to the top of the third here at the ballpark. Casey Crosby has given up an infield hit and a walk, but the one thing he has done, Rod, that Francis has not, is throw first pitch strikes.
Which is very, very important. But a guy like Francis, even though he hasn't thrown lots of first pitch strikes, the Tigers hitters have to display some patience because he's not going to give you a whole lot to hit. He's going to be inside, he's going to be outside, and most of the time he's going to be off the plate.
So here come the Rockies in the third. Willeen Rosario will lead it off. It'll be Rosario, Nelson, and then back up top to Dexter Fowler. Rosario, despite his .219 average, is hitting with power. 9 home runs this year. He looks at strike one. In fact, Rosario is leading all major league rookies with 9 homers. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's Crosby's 1-1. Bouncing ball to third, off the glove of a diving Miguel Cabrera. By the way, this game is available tonight in sumptuous high definition on Fox Sports Detroit HD, sponsored by Xfinity from Comcast.
Well, you've been wearing that dictionary out, aren't you?
You know what? I'm about out of words,
well,
too.
I got your back. I got your back.
I got to be honest.
I got a couple saved up.
I may lean on you soon.
Sumptuous
high definition. Here's Nelson. Ball missing outside to the number 9 hitter. Nelson batting .240. A couple of home runs. Rockies have had a couple of hits and a walk. They've hit into 1 double play early on here. Crosby will throw back. Tigers, with their win yesterday, able to get to 30 and 33 as they continue to climb back toward 500. And really, for as frustrated as Jim Leyland was after game 1 in that series in Chicago, and there were a couple of really controversial calls late that, yes, went against the Tigers again, he really felt good about the last 2.
They performed well. A lot of guys performed. We talked about the fact that Miguel and Prince didn't do a whole lot yesterday, but they got contributions from a lot of different people. Delman, Jackson, of course, Peralta, Rayburn chipped in. They got some 2-out RBIs, which were very, very important.
It's good to see the team winning games. It really is still without some key performers. Dirks, Avila, Dotel. Driven toward right center field. That looks like trouble, and it is. It'll go all the way to the wall. Rosario hitting the bag at third. He'll come around to score. On his way to third, and in there with a headfirst dive and a triple is Chris Nelson. And it's 1-0 Rockies.
Nelson's got some pop in his bat, and he's got a very quick bat as well. That's a fastball down at the bottom of the zone, and he drilled that ball in the right center field. He really hasn't gotten a chance to play every day in the majors, and they do believe if they give him that opportunity, he can turn himself into a pretty good second baseman.
Meanwhile, the catcher Rosario chugging around and scoring the run. First triple of the year for Nelson. Fowler looks at strike 1. Back-to-back hits here for the Rockies. They have 3 hits now for the game. Fowler flied out to right field his first time up. Ground ball, fair ball inside the bag at third, right by Cabrera. That'll get another run in. Fowler is on his way to second. He'll pull in with a double. Back-to-back extra base hits, and it's 2-0.
Cabrera had no shot at this ball right down the line.
So the Rockies now have 4 hits, 7th double of the year, 3 hits greeting Crosby here in the 3rd.
You have to keep Fowler close.
Scudero showing bunt. Marco bouncing out on a terrific diving play at 3rd by Cabrera. These Rockies come in 3rd best in the National League in team average at 264. They are, however, dead last in team ERA. In fact, they're the only team in the National League with an ERA north of 5.
That has been their issue this year. They are only averaging just over 5 innings per start from their starters all year. It's tough when you're asking your bullpen to pitch 4 innings a night.
Now the 1-1, no sign of bunt. It's outside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
The only bullpen in all of baseball that has been used more than the Colorado Rockies is the Kansas City Royals. Kansas City's thrown 235 innings out of their bullpen and 221 innings thrown for Colorado Rockies bullpen. Way too many.
Now the 2-1. 2-2 on Marco Scudero. Scudero with 5 RBIs in his last 6 games. He has hit safely in all 6 of them. Filling in for Troy Tulowitzki. There's Carlos Gonzalez waiting on deck. Way inside. Holiday able to block it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Even without Tulowitzki, I mean, this is still a decent offensive team. Fowler and Gonzalez, Kadire in the middle, Todd Helton.
It kind of reminds you, not necessarily as much power as they had in the past, but some of the issues have cropped up with this group. They perform very well at home, but they don't hit all that well on the road. That's their hitting coach there, Carney Langsford.
Three-2 is outside, ball 4. And now the first 4 Rockies have reached.
Let's take a look at how Crosby went after Carlos Gonzalez's first time up, and he had a really good pitch sequence against him. First 2 pitches inside, and then he went outside with some breaking balls, and now a cutter that he lays off of. And then he slowed him back down with a couple of extra breaking balls, and he finally was able to get him to swing and miss for strike 3. That's our Bell Tire pitch by pitch, as a matter of fact. It's a nice job, nice sequence there by Crosby.
He's going to have to face Gonzalez with runners at 1st and 2nd here. And Jeff Jones delivering a message to Casey. Crosby was the Tigers' minor league pitcher of the year a couple of seasons ago in 2009. Jeff Nelson is out there to break it up.
Just a matter of time before Crosby got an opportunity to pitch in the major leagues. He made the AA All-Star team last year. He was performing very well this year in AAA before getting the call. Really the only thing that they wanted him to improve on was to throw the ball over the plate a little bit more efficiently and stop walking people.
So here is Carlos Gonzalez. It is 2-0 Rockies. We're in the 3rd. They're threatening for more. Swing and a miss. So Gonzalez has not had really any comfortable swings against Crosby.
He's thrown him a lot of different breaking balls at different speeds, and he hasn't been able to stay back on them.
Fowler at 2nd, Scudero at 1st. Here's the 0-1. That's in there, a strike. 0-2.
Talked about some of the splits for some of these Colorado Rockies. Here's a perfect example of it. One of the better hitters in their league. 382 at home, 248 away from Coors Field.
And the 0-2. Checked it. The pitch just missed. 1-2. Carlos Gonzalez. He has scored 49 runs already this year. That leads the National League. Inside again. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, if he decides to throw that slow breaking ball once again to Gonzalez, who's had a tough time laying back on that pitch, he's going to have to make it a good one because he's probably looking for it about right now.
Marte heating up in the Detroit bullpen. Checked it inside again. Now the count goes to 3-2. Nobody out. 2 runs in. Bouncing ball foul first base side. Gonzalez a couple of years ago had himself a season. 34 homers, 117 RBIs in 2010, and that year he finished 3rd in the MVP voting in the National League.
He must have got hot late because I don't even think he made an all-star team that year.
No, he didn't, which is really surprising. Votto and Pujols finished 1 and 2 in the voting.
I've heard of those guys.
They're pretty good. Here is ball 4 to load the bases. While we have a chance, to the studio we go for a game break. Here's Justin White.
The right fielder, number 3, Michael.
Thanks, Justin. Here it is 2-0. However, Casey Crosby is in a heap of trouble right now. He's going to face Michael Kadire with the bases loaded, nobody out.
That was a disappointing walk there because he got ahead of Gonzalez. No balls, 2 strikes.
Couldn't finish him off, and now he's got Kadire to deal with in strike 1.
And Kadire's been one of their better hitters with runners in scoring position this year.
Well, 7 grand slams for Kadire. 2 of them this year. Way high. 1 ball, 1 strike. You're not kidding. 373 with men in scoring position. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Snapped off a breaking ball, and Kadire now finds himself in the hole in the count. They've got Fowler, they've got Scudero, and they've got Gonzalez on the bases. They broke out the triple split early in the ballgame tonight.
They sure did.
One and 2. There's Giambi waiting on deck. Line foul, back out of play. "26 pitches already now for Casey, and he has not recorded an out yet. So he's really trying to grind through this 3rd and keep the damage at a minimum. Slow roller hit toward the 3rd base line. Crosby coming home, and they get the force. That's a start.
It's a nice play by Crosby with Fowler running down the line with real good speed. He got rid of it in a hurry and got it to Holiday, who was able to keep his right foot on the plate while taking the throw from Casey.
So with 1 out, they stay loaded. Here is Jason Giambi. He knocked into a double play his last time. Giambi, 429 career home runs. That is 6th among active players. And Crosby misses low, 1-0.
And he spent a lot of years in a ballpark at the beginning of his career that didn't give up many home runs in Oakland. Of course, Yankee Stadium, he's had quite a few there, but in Oakland, the ball doesn't travel all that well.
Much more inviting at Yankee Stadium to right field. That's way outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Marte has been warming up in the Detroit bullpen. It's been a lengthy inning here for Crosby. A-Rod is leading the actives. Tommy hit his 600th here last year. Now Holiday calls time, runs out to the mound. This inning all started with the Rosario infield single. Nelson tripled him in. Fowler doubled in a run. Then a couple of base on balls. And the 2-0. Low. 3 balls, no strikes. And no place to put Jason Giambi. In there for a strike. Giambi taking 3-1. He made the youngster throwing over the plate, and he did. Helton waiting on deck. First 2 innings, 27 pitches for Casey. He has thrown 31 already in this frame. And a ground ball to first. Prince has it. He's going to come home with it. They get one there. Relay to first. And they got a double play.
What a wise decision by Prince to come home and then take the throw back from the catcher, Holiday.
Wow. Did he wiggle out of that jam? A 3-2-3.
Let's take one more look at the double play that ended the inning for the Colorado Rockies. Take a look at Prince Fielder when he gets his ball in his glove. This is a play that usually, right now, as a first baseman, you're thinking about going to the shortstop and then taking the relay throw back from the shortstop, but he elected to go home and then get the return throw himself from the catcher. It worked out, but usually in that particular situation, the first baseman will go to the shortstop and then take the return throw back.
I have also never seen a runner actually look back at home plate as he was running down the line at first.
He was hoping to get that RBI.
I guess so. But it may have cost him an out at first base. Holiday the batter. So it's 2-0. It could have been a whole lot worse for Casey Crosby. Holiday, the number 9 hitter, stands in.
Here's what you were talking about, Giambi, looking back.
I've never seen that. There's a base hit to left field, maybe more. It's cut off by Gonzalez. Holiday to second. He's in, diving with a double.
That is a really nice job of base running there by Holiday. Good swing, good base running. Doubles are made out of the batter's box. He's thinking 2 right now with Gonzalez running as aggressively as he was running to get to that ball. Even after Gonzalez, the left fielder, got it in his glove, it was very tough for him to stop on the dime and get a good throw back to the second baseman Nelson to prevent Holiday from getting that sliding double.
Here is Austin Jackson. The Tigers got a 1-out double in the second, but failed to score him. Now a leadoff 2-base hit. AJ looks at a ball low, 1-0. Fly to center field back in the first, 0 for 1. 9 of Jackson's last 17 hits have been for extra bases. Of course, he had the homer yesterday, which lit up Wrigley Field. Ball outside, 2-0. Now Francis digging a bit of a hole here.
That atmosphere in Wrigleyville in Chicago was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Line drive, fair ball down the left field line. That'll get a run in. Jackson has another extra base hit. Holiday comes rumbling home. It's a double. It's an RBI.
And Jackson has been unbelievable too. When he decided to get rid of his leg kick, he is getting himself in really good positions now. I mean, look at the position that he's in right now. You got the firm front side, you got the hip rotation, you got the really quick bat, and that ball is drilled.
The other thing about Jackson that you worry about is with all the time he missed in the hot start that he got off to, that he might have lost that role that he was on, but not so. He is picked up right where he was before the injury.
If Jackson continues to perform at this high a level for the next couple of weeks, he might find himself on the American League All-Star squad.
Bosch sends a high fly ball to right. Kadire is under it. Jackson will tag. Catch is made, and Austin will hold as Kadire guns it back in.
There are some right fielders where you would simply challenge their arm on that particular depth of a fly ball, but not Michael Kadire. He has always been one of the better throwers from that position in right field.
Here comes Cabrera. Tigers come marching right back. They get a run. Now down 2-1.
That is the second consecutive day where Jackson has been standing at second base with a leadoff double, and Bosch not able to at least advance into third base. But when you have Miggy and you have Fielder behind you, those are the kinds of guys that can pick you up, so to speak. Yeah, it's a team game.
See if Mr. Cabrera can do that right now. Base on balls back in the first. And a bullet hit down the left field line. Jackson will come cruising home. Cabrera has a double. It's 2-2.
So many of Miguel Cabrera's RBIs this year have either tied the game or given the Tigers the lead. He is a big-time performer and has clobbered Rockies pitching his entire major league career.
The clobbering continues tonight. That's his 18th double of the year. He now represents the go-ahead run. And the Rockies have to be kicking themselves after scoring just 2 in the third. Fielder bounced out his first time up.
You know, I was talking about Jackson possibly making the All-Star team this year because I've been kind of thinking there's not really that many guys outfielder-wise that are having superior years.
Agreed.
I mean, you have Granderson, you have Hamilton, you have Adam Jones. I think those three guys are locks. Beyond that, I'm trying to think who else really is getting off.
Having said that, because of the time he missed, AJ, I think, will need, as you mentioned, a couple of really good weeks. But it's doable. Where are they putting Trumbo on the list?
I don't know, but he's having a real good year.
He was playing outfield for the Angels. He's played a few different positions. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera, the runner, at second base. Tied at 2. Each team 2 runs, 4 hits. Fielder has hit safely in his last 5 consecutive games. Bouncing ball foul, first base side, 1-2.
Prince has been, well, really, he's been an RBI machine his entire big league career, but he's really been getting it done for Detroit. 565 with runners in scoring position going back to May 25th for the Prince. They are a terrific twosome.
Didn't offer at it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Three defenders to the right of second base.
They played the third baseman differently, however, with a runner on second base. When there was nobody on, the third baseman was overplaying the shortstop position.
Now it's Francis' turn to get a visit to the mound.
Hey, fans.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Drill to center field, base hit. Cabrera rounding third. They're going to send him home. Fowler's throw to the plate. He's safe. Fielder goes to second base, and the Tigers have the lead.
That 565 batting average for Prince with runners in scoring position since May 25th just went up a tick. Gene Lamont gambled here. Fowler can throw in center field, and he hit the mound, and he got a nice skip there, but Cabrera able to slide in there and get that left foot just ahead of the tag of Rosario.
Tigers now have 3 runs on 5 hits. Was indeed a very close play at home plate. So the big guns coming through. Cabrera doubles in a run. Fielder singles in a run. He takes second on the throw. And the Prince now with 42 RBIs.
You saw that shift they had on Prince Fielder when he was up with just one person on the left side of the infield. But as you could see there, Prince has gotten quite a few hits in that direction.
Delman Young offers at the first and fouls it off.
Delman's perked up last 29 games. His batting average is close to 300, which is, I think, what they were expecting out of Delman when they left spring training this year. Have a really good season batting behind Cabrera and also Prince Fielder, a couple of guys that are always on the base paths.
295 over the last month or so for Delman Young. The 0-1. He goes back into the DH slot with the interleague game here back at home. Rayburn playing left tonight. Three doubles in the inning for the Tigers, an RBI single as well for Fielder. Ground ball to short. Scudero has it there, and Young is out.
Hey fans, this July you don't want to miss the biggest event of the summer as baseball's greatest stars battle for home field advantage. In the Fall Classic, the road to the World Series begins with the 2012 MLB All-Star Game Tuesday, July 10th at 7:30 on Fox.
Verlander, awfully good again yesterday, so you would expect he'll probably be there.
Well, you know what I like to say? It is no All-Star game if Verlander's not there.
Here's Peralta.
They can call it whatever they want to call it. I mean,
well, you know what? JB doesn't have the victories that a lot of the other guys too. Well, yesterday was his 6th, I believe.
Let me call Ron Washington and ask him, is he taking Verlander? You bet he is.
Why don't you get on the phone right now? We'll wait for you. The 1-0 is hit on the ground. Is short. Scudero backhands this one. And Peralta is out at first base. That will end the inning. However, the Tigers bring out the bats. Halladay got it started with a double. Jackson Cabrera Fielder cash in. Todd Helton leading it off, which leads us to our AT&T trivia question. Which two eventual NFL quarterbacks did Todd Helton play college football with? There were two of them. Should we give him the college?
Yes, you could do that.
Okay. Tennessee. If you didn't know what school Todd Helton went to. And Helton played some football himself, but has made quite a career on the baseball field.
He made the right decision.
Yes, he did. He'll start things off. It'll be Helton, Pacheco, and Rosario here in the 4th inning. Crosby now has a 3-2 lead. And he delivers strike one. It was a high wire act for Crosby in the 3rd. He had given up 2 runs. It was bases loaded, nobody out. And he got a ground ball, got a force at home plate, and then a 3-2-3 double play.
So the Tigers have turned a 3-2-3 double play and a 3-5-1 double play today.
Yeah, and Giambi's hit into both of those weird double plays. 1-2. And he got him. Strike 3 in the outer edge. Helton can't believe it.
Helton's got a pretty good eye, and he might have a little bit of a beef there. Yeah, but apparently Jeff Nelson thought that this fastball down and away got enough plate. Oh.
Yikes. Senor Foxtrack says nope, it was outside.
That's the way it looked to me too with the naked eye.
1 out. That'll bring up Pacheco, who struck out himself back in the second, showing bunt, ball high. Crosby in his final AAA start struck out 10 at Pawtucket and walked only 1 in that game. You were talking about the fact that they needed him to improve on his control. He had a 7-walk game in AAA this year.
Did he?
That also was against Pawtucket. But his last few starts, he really had the control working prior to the call-up. There's a strike, 1 and 2.
Seems like the Tigers, since Jim Leyland has been the manager here, has been looking for a left-hander in the organization to step up and take hold of one of those spots in the starting rotation.
Every single season, you're right, it seems like it. On a line, Rayburn will play it on 1 hop.
And they've tried so many different guys, and the reason why they really need one, and we've seen it this year already with the Cleveland Indians and how many left-handers they have at their disposal in their lineup. But you look around Central, where they play a lot of their games, there's some really good left-handed bats.
Well, I mean, even in past years with Minnesota and all the good lefties they had in their lineup, Mauer, Morneau, they still have. Of course, Tomey play there a little bit.
Now Adam Dunn, they need some left-handers for those guys in Chicago.
1 on 1 out. Willeen Rosario stands in and looks at a strike. Rosario batting .225. He has 9 home runs. Started the 2-run rally in the 3rd with a single. Velo is starting to heat up. Swing and a miss.
Might as well throw him another one. Back-to-back changeups.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. A couple of strikeouts in the inning for Crosby.
Holliday was calling for the breaking ball, and then Holliday called for the fastball, and Crosby said, nope, I think I can throw another changeup and get this guy to swing over the top of it, and he sure did.
4 strikeouts in the game for Casey, and then he'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Chris Nelson. Tripled in a run back in the 2-run 3rd for the Rockies.
Nelson, when he was a junior in high school, he was clocked throwing a fastball 99 miles an hour.
Really?
99 miles an hour when he was in high school.
What's he doing playing second base then?
He had Tommy John surgery.
That's it deep right field. Bosch going back to the track, looks up, and that ball is gone. A home run. They are giving Nelson a home run. 2-run shot being signaled by Corey Blazer. The opposite way.
We told you his first time up when he tripled into the gap in right center field. He's got a really quick bat, and he's got some pop in his bat as well. That is clearly a home run.
So Nelson hits his 3rd, and just like that, the Rockies reclaim the lead. Triple and a homer in this game for Nelson. He's having himself a night.
Well, the Colorado Rockies, they know all too well that they usually have to outslug their opponents because we told you about their pitching staff earlier in this game. Their starters are only averaging over 5 innings per game, and their bullpen has been battered all year. As a matter of fact, they have had 13 games this year where they've scored more than 5 runs and lost.
Yeah, that's just not good. Here's the 3-0. So a 2-out walk. It's going to be 4 walks now for Crosby. And Jim Leland coming out. They've had Marte warming up and Bilo warming up. Scudero is the hitter due up. And that's going to be it for Crosby, who will not survive the 4th inning. Dwayne Bilo will be summoned into this game. So we'll step aside. A Wallside Windows pitching change here at the ballpark. We'll be back.
This for all 5 years of my broadcast career. We're about to witness a proposal live here at Comerica Park. Pause is going to help out my friend Matt and his soon-to-be fiancee Shayna. Watch this.
I think I saw Pause crying there.
We may not lead the league in love wins, but we lead it in love.
And we'll go back to Shannon a little bit later on. She'll be talking to the lucky couple. A proposal and an acceptance here at the ballpark tonight. Dwayne Bilo is the new pitcher now for Detroit. Marco Scudero stands in. 4-3 in favor of the Rockies. Scudero walking the ground out.
Bilo, for the most part this year, has given the Tigers an honest day's work when he's gone out there. You can see it in his numbers up and down. They're sparkling.
Right, he's hitting just a $180 against him. Another throwback. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Rockies. Tigers 3 runs on 5 hits. All of the scoring in the last inning and a half in this game. That's in there for a strike. So Bilo replaces Casey Crosby, who threw 75 pitches before departing. And Crosby got off to a great start, had a 1-2-3 first, had a couple of big double plays that the Rockies hit into. Driven in the air to left field. Rayburn is on the run. He'll get to the warning track. So they get 2 on the home run by Chris Nelson. It is now 4-3 in favor of the Rockies as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Right now we check back in with Shannon Hogan. Shannon?
We have Matt and Shayna here. Shayna, hi. We got that all on camera. Were you expecting anything?
No, not at all.
Man, I have to say that was one of the most exciting proposals I've seen. Put the ring on already. Matt, why did you want to do this here at Comerica Park?
Well, I wanted it to be memorable and something special for her, something that she's going to remember for not only 20 years from now, but for the rest of her life. And I think it's something that we can do every year to come back and kind of commemorate our engagement.
Pretty surprised, huh? Oh, yeah. Well, congratulations, you guys. Mario and Rod, I'll send it back up to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you very much. The happy and lucky couple will be celebrating their anniversaries for years to come at the ballpark. It's a good way to get your wife out to the ballpark every year.
For sure.
Rayburn puts a charge into one into right center field. That ball is up, and that ball is up against the wall. Ryan is on his way to second. He'll pull in there with a leadoff double, and here we go. The Tigers coming right back.
That is the second consecutive day that Ryan Rayburn has hit a double to right center field. He did it yesterday in Chicago, and if he bottles up this swing and uses it the remainder of the year, his numbers will perk up a little bit.
Second double in as many days, and Rayburn now sets up a Tigers opportunity. Tying run in scoring position, nobody out. Danny Wirth stands in. Each team now with 6 hits. And Danny drops down a bunt third base side. Pacheco throws him out. Wirth able to advance Rayburn to third with a sacrifice.
That sign usually does not come from the dugout when you have a runner on second base. You know you have a job to do, and that's to get into third base. But this is the way that Danny Wirth chose to do it. By bunting the ball down toward third, making the third baseman vacate his position, which obviously opens up third base for Rayburn. But that sign does not come from Jim.
So, in other words, it's assumed that you know the situation, and your job is just to move him up.
Any way you can.
Infield coming in now for the Rockies. Holiday looks at a strike. 2-base hit, run scored back in the third. Brian did not start on the road trip.
These are the runs that you have to score. Runner on third base, less than 2 outs.
That's in there for a strike. 0-2. Jackson waiting on deck. Bouncing ball left side of the infield, will not score the run. Pacheco throws him out. Rayburn anchored at third, 2 gone. So they'll take a hit from Jackson.
Austin Jackson has driven in 9 runs since coming off the disabled list in Cincinnati.
Pretty impressive. Of course, the home run that he hit yesterday in Chicago, it sounded like a home game when that ball went out. Ball 1 to Jackson.
Jackson said that he was so impressed with the following that the Tigers had there in Chicago when he heard all the chants. It sent chills down his spine.
2-0 the count. Really was quite impressive.
It looks like Francis is not going to give anything too good to Jackson to hit in this at bat with a base open and 2 outs, and left-hander Brennan Bosch in the on deck circle.
Way high, and now it's 3-0.
But Bosch has handled left-handers very well in his major league career. They don't really bother him.
That's in there, a strike. Jackson last season had 10 home runs. That was a career high. And Austin already this year with 7. That is a terrific shot at Comerica Park. You see the standing room only crowd out beyond the right field wall. Ball high. He walked him. So indeed Jackson gets the base on balls. Here's the Mazda scouting report tonight on Brennan Bosch. Bosch in his last 7 games. Well, what more can you say? And these numbers say it all.
And the thing that's kind of impressive, what he's been able to do in these games, and it's not just everything to the pull field. He's hit some balls the opposite way with authority, some balls right back up the middle. He's been nice, and he's also made a really nice diving catch.
So Bosch, who was 0 for 2, ground out and a fly out now, will try and drive this run in with 2 outs. 7 homers this year for Brennan. Slow breaking ball drops in for strike 1 at 69 miles an hour. Rayburn started the inning off with a double. He's standing at third now with 2 outs. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Francis started the year with the Reds organization. He was signed to a minor league deal in January, was in Louisville, and then released on Monday and picked up by the Rockies. This is his second start at the major league level.
Colorado has already used 10 starting pitchers this year.
Chopped foul, first base side. Made that first start against the Angels, and it was not a good one. 3 1/3, 10 hits, 8 runs. He's given up 3 more here tonight. Tigers, though, threatening in the 4th. Got him, strike 3. Bosch is caught looking, so they pitch around Jackson to take on Brennan, and Francis strikes him out. No runs, a hit, 2 left. It'll be Gonzalez, Kadire, Giambi coming up. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Arby's. RBQ lovers rejoice. The RBQ sandwich is back at Arby's. Get yours today. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Gorgeous night for baseball here in the Motor City. Back home to start a 6-game homestand. The Tigers and the Rockies hooked up here in game 1. It is a Colorado lead right now, 4-3. As we go to the 5th inning. Plenty of food, plenty of drink, plenty of great weather. And hopefully a Tiger comeback tonight. They're down by just 1. And another full house. We're getting used to seeing this year. Carlos Gonzalez will lead it off as we go to the 5th inning, facing Dwayne Belo, and there's a strike call.
The National League teams that come to Comerica Park, they have to be impressed with the way this ballpark is full just about every single night.
I would imagine a few American League teams are as well. Ball inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fireworks going on after the ball game tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Slice to left, base hit. And Gonzalez on for the 2nd time. There's a walk to his credit as well tonight. I'll bring up Michael Kadire. We told you this Rockies team has not had any trouble offensively. And they have rolled up 7 hits now. Kadire an infield hit and also reaching on a fielder's choice.
Kadire, one of those guys that always hits into lots of double plays. He leads their club. He's already hit into 8 this year.
And the Tigers have induced a couple of double plays this evening. Here's the 0-1. He'll get back out of play. 0-2 on Kadire.
The Minnesota Twins offered Kadire a nice contract, but he was looking for a little bit more money. He felt like he had earned it by what he had done in their uniform, and once he didn't take it, they offered that money to Willingham, and then that left the door open for the Colorado Rockies to sign Kadire, and his stay in Minnesota ended.
Well, Kadire last year hit 20 home runs. And against the Tigers over the years, 265 with 73 RBIs.
His numbers don't necessarily tell the entire story of just how valuable he was to the Minnesota Twins organization. Great clubhouse presence.
Bouncing ball, high chop left side. Cabrera waits for it to fall into his glove, and they get the force. 1 out.
The Tigers Classic Car Show is July 7th prior to the 405 game versus the Royals. A special $40 ticket package includes a t-shirt, a poster, and food. Go to tigers.com/car show for more information.
There's that key word again, food.
Is that the first ever car show? We've had car shows before.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't remember any.
Here's Giambi, who looks at a strike. What a tough night for Giambi. He's hitting 2 double play balls, both of them very odd variety, a 3-5-1 and a 3-2-3. And the one he hit into in the 3rd ended what could have been a huge rally. Belo missing inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Giambi spent 8 years in an Athletics uniform, 7 years with the Yankees. Kadire at first with 1 out. 4-3 Rockies here in the 5th. Rockies and Cardinals on this homestand. Ground ball right side. Worth will throw to second for 1. Here's the relay. There's another double play. Giambi has hit into 3 of them tonight. We must be approaching some kind of record. No runs, a hit, nobody left.
Bottom half of the fifth inning, and the Rockies have a one-run lead. And because of the shift that they play on Giambi, after the feed goes over to Cabrera, we're going to show it into you in Ford Foxmo. Look at Cabrera, the athleticism. He looks like a natural shortstop. Styling and profiling.
That's a pretty good lead there for a big man. Did it very smoothly, and another double play hit into by Giambi. So Cabrera leads it off. Francis gave up a double and a walk, but no damage in the fourth. He goes back to work here in the fifth. Cabrera, Fielder, and Young. Miguel had a double to knock in a run back in the third. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Sounded like it was off the end of the bat going toward the corner. Kadire is on the move, and he'll get there for the out. One gone here in the fifth inning. Now Fielder. Singled in run back in the third. The average at 315 for Prince. 10 home runs, now 42 driven in. And he skies this one foul back out of play. Konerko is still leading the American League at 364. Fielder came in 6th in the AL. Way inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Prince now sits safely in 6 in a row. His high water mark this year was a 14-game hitting streak, which recently came to an end. Now the 2-1. Francis allowed 3 runs in the third. His teammates have given him a couple of leads tonight. just off the plate. Pretty close. 3-2. Here's Delman waiting on deck. Bouncing ball with nobody there at third base. Down the line. They better hurry. Prince on his way to second. Gonzalez's throw is not in time. How about that? Prince has himself a two-base hit.
This breaking ball cued right off the end of the bat by Prince, and Prince was thinking too as soon as he hit the ball, because he knew where Pacheco, the third baseman, was playing, and he was going to have to be to run it down. And by the time he got there, Prince head first sliding into second.
Got burned by the shift, and now 14 doubles for Prince. Tying run out there at second base for Delman Young. It's the seventh hit now for Detroit. And Delman hits a ground ball to third. Cobbled there by Pacheco. Still has time. 2 gone. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Well, the Tigers trying to get Prince home now with 2 outs. Here's Peralta.
5 of the 7 hits the Tigers have in this game have gone for extra bases.
Thank you. I was trying to total that up. 5 of the 7. Peralta has 1 of those, a double back in the second. 3 of the doubles so far have come around to score. That floats down low, 1 ball and no strikes. Francis at one time was a first-round pick of the Rockies. It was back in 2002. Spent parts of 6 years with Colorado. And now he's back with him again. Way inside, 2-0.
This might be another one of those situations with the base open, and even though Ryan Rayburn is a right-handed batter as well, Peralta has performed a lot better than Rayburn up until this point, so he may not want to give Peralta anything too good to hit.
Hence, it's 3-0. Francis' best year was 07. You see the years leading up to 07. He was awfully good, but since then, not as much. That 07 season, Rockies went to the World Series, and Francis won 17 ball games. That's in there, a strike, 3-1.
Did the same thing to Jackson in last half inning, basically pitching around Austin. He ran the count to 3-0 and then threw a strike before throwing ball 4.
And there is ball 4. They want the appeal. Not going to get the appeal. 2-out walk. Third walk for Francis.
So Francis is basically the last couple of innings picking the players that he feels like he could get out if he has an open base.
Well, why bother throwing him a 3-0 strike then?
I don't know why he did that to Jackson either.
Here's Rayburn. Ryan had a double. That was in the 4th inning, a leadoff double. The Tigers failed to get in. And he drives one high in the air to left. Gonzalez on the move to the warning track. And that is that for Detroit. A double, a walk to left. Here comes the 6th inning.
beautiful Friday night here, and I happen to find some awesome models for these t-shirts that are going around Comerica Park right now. Of course, the big push right now, vote Tigers for the 2012 All-Star Game. It is not that far away, you guys. You can still vote online, of course, for Miguel Cabrera and Prince Fielder and all your favorite Tigers. You can also vote here at the ballpark, and I actually found a good little nugget for you today. There has not been a Tigers starting third baseman voted to the All-Star Game since 1954. So this could be the year for Miguel Cabrera. You guys want to show them your t-shirts in the back? Here you go. It has the candidates on the back. They're doing an awesome job. If you come to a game, you might get one of these from the Energy Squad. I can't guarantee it because they're not selling them, but they want you to go home and vote for your favorite Tigers. Mario and Rod?
All right, Shannon, thanks. Yeah, it's time to get out there and vote. Vote as much as you can. Fielder doing really good in the voting early on. You'd like to see Cabrera win a starting nod. Todd Helton leading it off. Shoots one in the air down the left field line. Foul. 0-2 on Helton. Pacheco and then Rosario to follow. The Rockies have a 4-3 lead. Both teams with 7 hits tonight. Tigers, though, have stranded 7 men on base. Dwayne Belo came on in relief of the starter Casey Crosby in the 4th. Now the 0-2. Fouled away again. Here's that AT&T trivia question. With which 2 eventual NFL quarterbacks did Todd Helton play college football? And they would be Peyton Manning and Heath Shuler at the University of Tennessee. The 0-2 is low, 1-2.
It's the first time I've ever heard the Heath Shuler comparison. We've always talked about Peyton.
Heath Shuler is now a congressman in North Carolina. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Toward left field, right at Rayburn for the out. When you think back, I mean, Shuler and Manning were high draft choices, so Helton was kind of stuck between 2 really good quarterbacks at Tennessee, and as you mentioned earlier, he made the right choice.
Well, he's an outstanding baseball player as well in college. Todd Helton, #1 draft choice of the Colorado Rockies, and has had a brilliant, and I mean brilliant, big league career.
Here is Pacheco. There's a strike, 0-1.
Todd Helton was one of those left-handers that back in the day, Larry Walker was a good player too, and a left-handed hitter. When Randy Johnson used to pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Walker on many days wouldn't play. But Helton was in there every single start against the big unit.
Didn't matter for him?
Didn't matter. Him, Barry Bonds. The only 2 left-handers that did not dodge Randy Johnson. Everybody else got that day off.
No balls, 2 strikes. Single and 2 at bats tonight for Pacheco.
And Randy was winning Cy Youngs back in those days.
1-2. Is he the most dominant lefty you've seen?
Yes. No question.
One ball, 2 strikes. And that's back out of play.
I saw Randy Johnson win 4 straight Cy Youngs for the Arizona Diamondbacks, but he's the 2nd best pitcher that I've had a chance to broadcast games while watching. Verlander is #1. And he won 4 Cy Youngs.
Well, Verlander may be on his way. The 1-2 fouled back out of play. I mean, Randy was just one of those guys, and I still go back to that extra game we played in '95, the Angels and the Mariners, when he started game 163 to get to the playoffs. I mean, the Kingdom was rocking that day. There was just no way he was going to lose.
He was just intimidating too.
Right.
6'11", throwing 100 miles an hour. Sometimes he didn't know where it was going.
1-2, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And he really got it done with 2 pitches, fastball, slider. He learned a little bit of a split-fingered fastball as he got older to you know, kind of help him as far as change some speeds, but he was really just a two-pitch pitcher.
Drilled to center field. Jackson is on the run, won't get there. Base hit. So the Rockies have their 8th hit of the game. 1 on, 1 out. To the studio we go for a game break. Justin White.
The catcher, number 20, William Rosario.
All right, Justin, thanks. Here it appears that's going to be it for Dwayne Belo. He will give up the baseball. So the Tigers go back to the pen. We step aside, 4-3 Rockies. Scott's fan poll question of the game: which everyday player's absence has affected his team the most? Is it A, Troy Tulowitzki of the Rockies, B, Jacoby Ellsbury of the Red Sox, C, Ryan Howard of the Phillies, or D, Victor Martinez of the Tigers? Enter your vote by texting ACE, then a space, the letter answer to 37338. See the final results post game during Tigers Live.
Great question tonight.
Kind of tough to pick. 3 or actually 4 really important pieces as Brian Villarreal checks in now.
His first fastball will be about 97 miles an hour if he throws one. He's got an electric arm.
97 on the dot. 1 ball, no strikes on Willeen Rosario, who had an infield single and then scored a run in the 3rd inning. He is 1 for 2. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Rockies. Tigers 3 runs, 7 hits. Back to back at 97. 2 balls, no strikes. So the Tigers tonight have gone with Belo out of the pen, and now Villarreal. Belo came out in the 4th. Rockies trying to win their first interleague game of the year. They're 0-9 against the American League. And that misses at 3-0 now. There's Chris Nelson waiting on deck. He's had a big night. Swinging on 3-0, and he pops it up foul, back out of play. 3-1 on Rosario. His infield hit back in the 3rd snapped it 0 for 16. 3-1. Pacheco at first with a base hit. And a strike called as Rosario was headed to first base. Full count, 3-2. Villarreal came in with a bunch of strikeouts compared to his innings pitched. 27 strikeouts in 18 1/3. Runner goes and a high fly ball to left field. Ryan Rayburn camps under it. Runner retreats.
Hey fans, don't forget you can join us again tomorrow when the Tigers take on the Rockies. Coverage begins at 3:30 with Tigers Live on Fox Sports Detroit. That's Tigers baseball tomorrow at 4 right here on Fox Sports Detroit. Playing quite a few 4 o'clock games here at Comerica Park this year.
Yeah, what do you think about those?
Well, they're good because you get out at a reasonable hour. You can go have a really nice meal if you choose to do so, or go home and cook a nice meal. I guess we're trying to get out of Big Fox's window.
Exactly right.
Get out of Big Brother's way.
Let them do their thing. That's all right. Get out of the ballpark a little bit early, as you mentioned. Get a nice meal. There's a strike called on Nelson.
Nelson's got a quick bat. He can turn 97, 98 around, so you might want to put a wrinkle in one, which would be the slider for Villarreal, and then go back to your fastball again.
Both of Nelson's 3 RBI games have come against the Tigers. That's in there, and now the count is 0-2.
Back-to-back 98-mile-per-hour fastballs by Villarreal, who quietly is starting to put together a really good year.
Now the 0-2. Fouled back. 97 that time.
Nelson went the opposite direction as last time up. 2-run variety off Casey Crosby.
His 3rd home run of the year. Low, 1-2. Nelson was a high school player of the year in Georgia back in 2004, and that was the year the Rockies selected him with their 1st-round pick. He has had a little bit of time with the big club each of the last 2 seasons.
He's got a great arm. I told you he threw a fastball 99 miles an hour. Junior in high school.
Swing and a miss. He went chasing. Holiday will throw him out. And that is that for the Rockies. No runs, 1 left. Well, the Rockies have a 4-3 lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at the ballpark tonight. Danny Wirth will start things off, and the Tigers 5 through 8 hitters the last 6 games have scored 16 runs. That's a lot of production out of the bottom of your lineup. Hitting nearly 290 as well. They'll try and get something started here in the 6th. Wirth, Holiday, and then Jackson at the top.
Well, you have some guys that were expected to perform that hit 5 through 8. Of course, Delman Young hits 5th. Peralta's been hitting down there all year. Avila, he's on the disabled list right now, but took some batting practice today and said that he felt good. So I think we'll probably get him back when his time is up.
The 1-1 outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Kevin Rand saying before the game that Avila now is resuming baseball activities, of course, which BP is a part of. So hopefully we'll see him soon. The 2-1. 2-2 on Wirth.
.89 miles an hour has been the top fastball tonight by Jeff Francis. 65 with one of those real slow, loopy breaking balls.
Fouled away. They do have activity in their bullpen. Ottavino and Brothers warming up.
Rex Brothers.
Just a little bit outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Francis is looking to do something here tonight that not many Colorado Rockies pitchers have been able to do all season, and that's give Jim Tracy 6 innings.
Three and 2. Francis had 80 pitches through 5 innings tonight. Jim Tracy's club holding on to a slim 1-run lead. And that's fouled off. Oh, since June 5th. Look at the ERA. And the opponent's average. They have been struggling. Starting pitching, that is. Here's a 3-2 again. Popped up foul, heading back toward the seats. And Hilton runs out of room. Count stays full on Danny Wirth. Had a sacrifice back in the 4th. He is 0 for 1 officially. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Wirth is gone. 1 away in the 6th.
.86 mile per hour right by Danny Wirth.
Second strikeout for Francis, who now has thrown 90. Holiday showing bunt. Doubled to start things off in the 3rd and then scored a run. He's 1 for 2. There's the 0-1. That's in there. Holiday is 6th round pick back in 2010 for the Tigers. A Dallas, Texas native. And he just got a piece of that one to stay alive. Holiday last year spent the entire season at Double-A Erie, hit .242 with 7 homers. The 0-2. Line to right field. That's going to get down. Base hit. And Holiday has his 2nd hit of the night.
It's a nice piece in hitting there by Holiday. He was down, no balls and 2 strikes, and he appeared to get a fastball that's off the plate outside, but he was able to reach out and get it and hit himself a solid single the opposite way. Right on cue, another 5 1/3 innings by one of these Colorado Rockies starters tonight.
So Jim Tracy will not get 6 out of his starter. Francis will depart. They go to the bullpen. 4-3 is their score, and we will be back. Well, the Tigers are still trailing, but a new pitcher has come on now for Colorado. It's Adam Ottavino.
Ottavino, former #1 draft choice of the St. Louis Cardinals, and when the Colorado Rockies were able to get him, they stuck him out in the bullpen, and they made a wise choice. His numbers are really good. 2.12 ERA, 21 strikeouts in 17 innings, just 3 walks for Ottavino.
Here is Jackson stepping in and looking at strike 1. He was claimed off the waiver wire from the Cardinals in April. Ottavino inherits a runner at first base with 1 out. Jackson doubled in a run back in the 3rd, also has a walk. Way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. We're talking about how busy the Rockies bullpen has been this year. They have not been able to go deep into a lot of games. Here are those numbers. Only the Royals have pitched more innings out of the pen. That's not a stat you like to see if you're a skipper or a pitching coach.
Well, you really can't contend if you're getting that many innings out of your bullpen. You just can't. Guys will wear down.
And you're likely to feel the effects of that, especially late in the season when guys have been really used quite a bit early on in the year. 1-2. That's low. 2-2. And that's why Leland always is talking about this guy gets the night off, or this guy, there's no way I'm throwing him tonight. You've got to be really careful, especially if you have some guys in your bullpen that are veteran pitchers, have been around a while. Phil Cope right now is up in the Detroit bullpen.
He had a couple days off in Chicago.
Ottavino missing inside. 3-2.
Phil Cope did not pitch Wednesday or Thursday in Chicago.
Bosch on deck. 3-2 with the runner going. And it's pulled foul.
Last year, I'll tell you after we show you Jackson's home run from yesterday in Chicago. It was a big one. It was a 9th inning, too. It gave Valverde a little breathing room late in that game. But you saw Holiday on the move on that 3-2 pitch. Last year, Jim would have been a little reluctant in sending base runners when Jackson was up because he struck out quite a few times.
There he goes again. And it's outside. So Jackson gets a base on balls. Two men on for Detroit. That'll bring up Bosch. And Bosch tonight 0 for 3. Tigers this evening 3 for 12 with men in scoring position. Ball 1 to Bosch high, 96 from Ottavino.
I did not realize they had that many opportunities when Francis was in the game. 3 for 12.
Didn't seem like it did. They had a lot of them early. Of course, they scored 3 runs in that 3rd frame. Got the leadoff double in the 4th. Failed to score Rayburn. Now the 1-0. Breaking ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
Brennan should get a pretty good fastball to hit here from Ottavino. And if he gets anything other than that, then you simply take it. But here's one of those situations where you look to catch the baseball out in front and hit something in the gap.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fouled away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bosch this evening, ground out, fly out, strikeout. He has hit much better on the road this year. .325. They're trying to get it done at home right now. Cabrera lurking on deck. That'll get by the catcher to the backstop. It goes 97 miles an hour all the way to the backstop. And now 2 runs are in scoring position. Wild pitch.
Rosario, the catcher, had no shot whatsoever in helping out his pitcher by blocking that ball.
Get a base hit now and you might be able to plate 2. As Rex Brothers continues to throw in the Colorado pen. And the 3-1 sliced toward left field and back out of play. 3-2 on Bosch. Are you kidding me? Is that the couple that Shannon was talking to?
I think so.
The proposal, they just got the foul ball.
It's going to be a long, nice marriage.
That's unbelievable. Well, congratulations again. He proposed to her before or during the game a little bit earlier. She accepted, and now she's got herself a foul ball. 3-2 pitch. Line foul. This time he turned it around and hit it to right field. Each team with 8 hits in this game. Holiday at third base. At second base, Austin Jackson. Now the Let's Go Tigers chance at home. The 3-2. Ground ball hit to the right side. That'll get the run in. And Bosch is out. Give him an RBI. 4-4 game.
Hey fans, don't forget you can spend Father's Day here at Comerica Park. The Tigers play the Rockies this Sunday at 1:05. All kids 14 and under receive a powder blue wristband. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
So that turned out to be a big wild pitch. Tigers get the tying run in. Cabrera will not hit. He will be walked intentionally.
Well, I guess Ottavino will walk Cabrera, and then Jim Tracy will go get Brothers, the left-hander, for Fielder.
Well, Ottavino doesn't mess around, man. He brings those intentional walk pitches up there with some steam. This will be the 6th intentional walk of the year for Cabrera. So that'll put him at first and third. Here comes the Rockies skipper with Fielder due up. He has made the signal to the bullpen. Rex Brothers taking his final warm-up pitches in the pen. And so we'll go to break. As the Rockies go back to the pen, it's now 4-4. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. And by Toyota, brought to you by your Greater Detroit Toyota dealers. Nice night for baseball here in the Motor City, and so far it's been a good one. Colorado and the Tigers now tied at 4 runs apiece. And we have a new pitcher on now for the Rockies. That would be Rex Brothers.
Brothers has got some good strikeout numbers. 32 strikeouts in 21 and 2/3. He has walked 14. You can see the bottom note there. And what he does against left-handers, 231. They hit off him. But the ERA is over 4.5.
Brothers first got to the big leagues last year, appearing in 48 games out of the bullpen for the Rockies. Prince Fielder is 2 out of 3 tonight. Single, double RBI. And they're playing him straight up with runners at first and third. Good block behind the plate by Rosario. Jackson at third base. He would be the go-ahead run. No No shift on right now. Foul back out of play by Prince. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fielder now has driven in 42. His hitting streak is up to 6 in a row. Two and one.
They got some good arms in that bullpen. Ottavino, he uncorked a couple of fastballs at 97 miles an hour. And Brothers, that last fastball he threw there to Prince was 98.
Inside and high. 97. 3 and 1. Tigers get a run in here on the ground out by Bosch. Delman Young waiting his turn on deck. Should Fielder keep it going? And he walked him. Gonna load the bases. By the way, you can vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game, presented by the Quarter Pounder with Cheese. Using your cell phone, text Tigers followed by a space, player's uniform number to 37338, or you can vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. Well, a big spot in the ball game now for Delman Young. He'll bat with the bases loaded in the 6th inning in a tie game. Francis started the inning. 2 batters later, Ottavino came in, and then 3 batters later, Brothers is in.
This much we do know: if it's close to the dish, Delman will be hacking at it. Notorious for swinging at the very first thing that he sees in any at bat.
That one nowhere near the plate. It bounced in. 1-0. Tracy's team has had a couple of leads tonight. 2-0, 4-3. And it's now 4-4. Outside. 2-0 on Delman Young. Brothers, a native of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. In some trouble here now with the sacks full.
Delman's a really good fastball hitter. He's going to have to dial it up a little bit, though, because this guy's throwing real hard.
The 2-0 fouled off. 96. 2-1 on Young. Delman is the 7th Tiger to bat in this inning. Jackson, Cabrera, Fielder, your base runners.
Big fellas are dirty.
Swing and a miss. He threw it by him. 2-2. Young dialing in. Brothers ready with the 2-2. Fouled straight back. There's Johnny Peralta waiting on deck. Brothers played his college ball at Lipscomb. Trying to get out of a jam here in the 6th inning. And Delman pops it up back toward the seats, out of play. Tigers 3 runs in the 3rd, 1 here in the 6th. Each team with 8 hits tonight. Wherever Brothers has been, big leagues, minor leagues, he's had big strikeout numbers. Here comes the crowd now. 41,878. Francis started the inning, struck out Worth, but then a single by Holiday started the threat for the Tigers. The 2-2 fouled off again by Delman.
Delman getting closer and closer to catching up to one of those upper 90s fastballs featured by Brothers here. Brothers might want to put a wrinkle in one.
That'll get back out of play. Boy, Young battling here. 8 pitches in this at bat. And that's going to bring a visit out to the mound as Rosario walks out. Young does not have a hit tonight. This would be a perfect spot for his first one. He's 0 for 3. Put the ball on the ground 3 times. Again, the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Delman fans with the bases loaded. Tigers settled for 1. We go to the 7th.
Park. They might be the luckiest couple in all of Comerica Park right now. Matt and Shayna got engaged earlier on the air with us. I'm up in the press box, and all of a sudden I look over, and Matt's caught the foul ball. He actually flew off your hand, and I understand a guy gave it to you. Could it be any of a crazier night for you guys?
No, I couldn't imagine anything better than what has happened tonight. I don't know how to explain it. It's perfect.
Shane, I know you kind of were in shock with the whole proposal, but when you saw the ball coming towards you, are you thinking, is this going to hit me? Come on.
I just kind of sat there and I was like, well, Matt told me that if a fly ball came, then he was going to catch it, so he'd save me, and he did.
One of the luckiest couples in all of baseball right now here in Comerica Park. Mario and Rodolfo, back to you.
All right, Shannon, there's no doubt about that. I mean, that's pretty incredible. You get a proposal and a foul ball in the same night. Pretty remarkable evening for that couple, and we certainly wish them well. As we go to the 7th inning in a 4-4 game. Each team with 8 hits. Dexter Fowler will lead things off. Tigers left him loaded, and so they've stranded 10 runners now in this game as Villarreal goes back to work. Bryan came out in the 6th and got a fly ball and a strikeout. Fowler doubled in a run in the 3rd, plus a walk and a fly ball. Shows bunt. 2 balls, no strikes. Both starters out of this game now. It'll be decided by the bullpens. Two and one on Fowler. Fowler has walked once tonight, has walked 29 times this year, which leads the team. Waves and misses. Now it's 2-2.
And if you're Villarreal, you want to go right after him as well because he's got some really good speed. He has stolen 6 bases this year, caught 1 time.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Holiday wants the fastball. And it's fouled off. Fowler's also been a pretty good triples hitter. 29 the last 2 years, 6 more this year. Utilizing that speed. Rockies have a triple tonight, but it belongs to Nelson. Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes on Dexter Fowler. Marco Scutaro, then Carlos Gonzalez, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters for Jim Tracy here in the 7th. Three-two pitch. Swing and a miss. At 98. Up and around the letters, 1 gone. A second strikeout for Villarreal.
You cannot catch up to a 98-mile-per-hour fastball up there, but you also, as a hitter, when you know you're going to get that pitch and it's in the upper 90s, you have to start a little bit sooner than you normally would, and you're prone to swing at some balls out of the strike zone because of that fact.
Well, here is Scutaro now with 1 out. In there for a strike. Scutaro in this game is 0 for 2 with a walk. And a strike call. It's amazing when you watch Villarreal. I mean, all of his fastballs literally are either 97, 98. They don't dip down to 92 or 93.
And they've got a little late life on them, too. They're not straight fastballs. And because of the arm slot that he throws from, a little bit of a 3/4 arm slot.
Fires that one in, but it missed.
I don't know where he gets it from. He's not a really big guy.
I don't either.
He's got a fast arm, though.
One and 2 on Scutaro. fouled away. Carlos Gonzalez will be next. There's Cargo in the on-deck circle. Scudero last year had the second best average of American League shortstops, right behind Johnny Peralta. Percentage points behind it. And he stays alive. He's been around with quite a few different teams and has really been a solid big league performer. Began with the Mets, played with Oakland, Toronto, Boston. That one dips low. Breaking ball that bounced in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two and 2 the count. Tigers bullpen really did some good work in that Chicago series. That was one of the reasons why they were able to take 2 out of 3 against the Cubs. Now the 2-2. Popped up foul back out of play. That's what the Tigers were able to do against Chicago. In fact, they retired 23 of the 30 batters they faced. 9 punch outs. Tiger bullpen as a whole over the last month has really come on as Phil Koch begins to tune up.
Yes, they have. Villarreal, Benoit, Koch, Valverde.
Fly ball right field. Bosch on the run, still going back. He'll make the catch at the warning track.
Take a look at Villarreal, and I want you to see where he gets most of his power from. I mean, he sets with that left leg, and it's stiff. And then once he pats that left toe a couple times, he really pushes off that rubber. And with the fast arm that he has, he can get 97, 98 miles an hour. And he kind of whips it back, too.
Well, he'll head to the dugout. Tigers go back to the bullpen with 2 outs here in the 7th. We'll be back.
The Nissan drive of the game, and their number 9 hitter today has had some production. It is Nelson. He has tripled in this game, and he also homered 2-run variety. That came back in the 4th inning off Casey Crosby.
Meanwhile, Nelson with 3 homers, 7 RBIs in 4 career games against Detroit. For some reason, they've not been able to get him out. And so Phil Coke takes over now out of the Detroit bullpen.
29 games so far this year for Phil Coke. He took the loss. It was a tough luck loss a few days ago in Chicago. It was the first game of that series. Tigers went on to win the final 2 games against the Cubbies.
Here is Gonzalez with 2 outs. Leland wanting the lefty-lefty matchup here, and strike 1 on Carlos Gonzalez.
Coke's numbers a lot better against left-handers than they are against right-handers.
Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, and all of a sudden it's 0-2.
Tigers experimented last year with Phil Coke in the starting rotation. We were talking about that earlier, about they was desperately looking for a left-hander to start for the last number of years, and Phil Coke had an audition last season and was put back in the bullpen.
Haven't asked this in a while, but do you think he might eventually get back in the rotation?
I don't think so. Not here. Not with this regime. I think they feel like he is better suited right where he's at. That last left-hander out of the bullpen most of the time to go up against guys like Carlos Gonzalez, real good left-handed bats.
Ooh, we just got a piece of that one. Crosby, the lefty, struck him out back in the 1st inning.
On a pitch that looked just like that.
This time Gonzalez able to get a piece of it. 48 RBI, 2nd in the National League. Only Andre Ethier has more. And again the 0-2. Fouled it off.
I think Andre Ethier just signed himself a really good contract out in Los Angeles.
He did indeed, and in fact Gonzalez last year signed himself a 7-year deal.
I saw Andre Ethier when he was 14 years old. I had a camp, and there were several instructors there that were already coaching in the major leagues, and when they saw him at that age, they felt like he would be a good player someday, and they were right.
So you know him pretty well?
Oh, absolutely.
So would he float you a loan if you needed one now?
I think he would. Yeah. $85 million, that's a lot of money, man.
Yes, it is.
It's a lot of money. He wouldn't miss it either.
55 RBIs for Ethier. And then Carlos Gonzalez.
Carlos Beltran having a good year in St. Louis.
The 0-2 again. And that's high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coke quickly got ahead 0-2, but has had trouble putting Gonzalez away. Michael Kadire waiting on deck. 4-4 game. We're in the 7th. Little pop up back 3rd, out of the reach of Cabrera into left field, base hit. Second hit of the game for Gonzalez.
Nothing Cabrera could do here, and it really wasn't that bad a pitch by Coke. It's a fastball that crowded him that he fought off right over the outstretched left arm of Miggy. Phil Coke's going to have to keep Gonzalez close. He has 9 steals, and he has not been caught yet this year, but it's tougher to steal a base against a left-handed pitcher versus a right-handed pitcher. And obviously Cargo has been picking his spots if he's 9-0.
That hit is the 9th of the game for Colorado as Cabrera guards the line. One ball, 1 strike. been good for 81% in his career.
He can do it all. Good defender, good arm, hit for power, hit for average, steal a base.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Kadire tonight has a hit, 1 for 3. It was an infield single. He made an all-star team last year in his 11th season with the Twins. First time he made an all-star team. Villarreal started the inning, got 2 outs. Coke came on to face the lefty Gonzalez, who singled. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Kadire strikes out. Inning over. No runs and a hit. 1 man left. Here comes the stretch. Here is our Comerica game summary tonight, all tied up at 4 runs apiece. Chris Nelson's had a big night. 3 home runs, 7 RBIs in 4 career games against the Tigers. He's homered and tripled tonight. Bullpen has been really good. The Tigers with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, not so good. 0 for 5. We'll see if they can break the tie here in the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Johnny Peralta leading it off. Then Ryan Rayburn and Danny Worth. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Rockies. 4 runs, 8 hits for Detroit. Wave and a miss by Peralta. Double and a walk tonight for Johnny. Here's the 0-1. Way high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rex Brothers came on in the 6th inning, walked Fielder, but then he struck out Delman Young with the bases loaded. And the Tigers had to settle for 1 run as they tied the ball game up. Bouncing ball to short. Marco Scutaro. 1 out. Scutaro's been busy tonight. We'll bring up Ryan Rayburn. Double tonight for Rayburn. In fact, he doubled to start the 4th. Tigers got him to 3rd but couldn't score him. 1 out of 3 tonight for Ryan. and 3 hits since returning to the lineup. Came back yesterday and was inserted by Jim Leland into the lineup. Skies that one back out of play. Talking about Scudero having a busy night. 5 assists in this one.
That's usually the case when you have a left-hander on the mound that starts the game, like Jeff Francis, a guy that doesn't throw very hard. A lot of your right-handed batters usually roll over on the fastballs and the breaking balls, and they do play pepper with the shortstop and the third baseman. Those kind of guys are very tough to stay back on and hit the ball up the middle against. Pacheco at third's been busy too.
Here's the 1-1. Rayburn hits a ground ball to short. There's Scudero again. He'll one-hop it, but it's picked there by Helton. 2 gone.
Scudero did that by design. He knew he didn't have enough arm strength to get the ball over across the diamond on the fly, so therefore he bounced it over there knowing that Helton has got some pretty soft hands over there and he'd be able to pick it.
Scudero, another assist. A little help there from Helton. 2 gone. He's going to bring up Danny Worth. Danny looks to strike 1 on the outer edge. Had a sacrifice back in the 4th. Otherwise, strikeout, ground out. The 0-1. That'll get back out of play. 0-2. Action. Matt Belisle is warming up in the Colorado pen.
He's done some nice work out of that bullpen as their setup man. He can give Jim Tracy multiple innings as well.
And the 0-2. Missed it high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Francis started, was lifted in the 6th. The inning the Tigers were able to tie it up. Casey Crosby lifted much earlier tonight. That's in the air toward right field. Dyer is on the move, is going to drop foul. Ooh, that would have been a double. Would have given the Tigers a chance to drive in another run, but it landed just foul. Missed it by that much. One and 2. You ever watch the old Get Smart show?
Absolutely.
Don Adams.
Yep.
Missed it by that much.
Agent 99.
That's figures you'd remember Agent 99. 1 and 2. Swing and a miss. And Worth strikes out. Rosario completes the strikeout. 1, 2, 3. On our way to the 8th, and you're watching Tigers baseball tonight. Presented by Bell Tire.
Giambi, their designated hitter, has hit into 3 double plays here in the ball game. One went 3-5, one back to Crosby. The other went 3 to Holiday, back to Prince. And then he hit into another one. This time Worth started it. He got the ball to Cabrera. And then Cabrera turned it over. If you're wondering why Cabrera has turned over 2 of them, they played the shift on Giambi, and the shortstop, Peralta's on the other side of the bag, which means Cabrera's been playing that shortstop position when Giambi's been up.
So here's what it looks like in your scorecard: 3-5-1, 3-2-3, 4-5-3.
Not your everyday typical type double plays.
Play those numbers in the lottery, see what happens. Giambi will be leading things off in the 8th inning. Giambi, Helton, and Pacheco facing lefty Phil Koch. 4-9-0 for the Rockies, 4-8-0 for Detroit. 10 left on base for the Tigers, 6 for Colorado. And they employ that same shift now for Mr. Giambi, who bats for the first time with nobody on. And he's almost hit. 1 ball, no strikes. Giambi in his 4th year in Colorado. His big league career started in 1995 with Oakland. He drives one in the air to right field. That's going to drop, base hit right in front of Bosch. Leadoff single will get a pinch runner as well. So Giambi,
Eric Young Jr.
gets on base,
is the pinch runner. Hey fans, don't forget, as soon as this game ends, our coverage continues with Tigers Live. You'll hear from the manager Jim Leland and the players, plus we'll break down the game and show you all the highlights. Tigers Live immediately after the game, right here on Fox Sports Detroit.
Here's Todd Helton now. That is the 10th hit for Colorado.
That's a big lead by Young over there.
1 ball, no strikes on Helton, who tonight has a walk, otherwise 0 for 2.
Young has stolen 6 bases, and he has not been caught yet in his limited playing time this year. His daddy was a real good base stealer.
There he goes. They got him picked off. Now they got him in a rundown. He's in trouble, and he's out.
That's not what Jim Tracy had in mind when he put him in the pinch run.
On the list of things on his mind, that was dead last. 1-3-6.
And he was just kind of guessing and going on first movement, and Prince was able to grab it and get the ball to Peralta, and Peralta able to apply the tag.
Got those little choppy steps.
Yeah, he did.
What did Jim think about that? Ugh. Fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the bases are empty. They've got him muttering. Ground ball back up the middle. Danny Worth. Nice play. Oh, he can't get it out of his hand with anything behind it. That'll be a hit. So Helton is on.
Almost a great play here by Worth. Showed a lot of range going to his right. He was able to glove it, but not able to get a good handle on it to get the throw back to Prince.
Meanwhile, the skipper comes marching out to the mound. Polk is done for the night. Joaquin Benoit coming in out of the Detroit bullpen. And granted his outright release from the Athletics.
Well, I guess Manny, with his .302 batting average, even though he was not hitting for any power, he did have 14 home runs in AAA, 14 RBIs, I should say. I guess Manny felt like he should have been called up by now, and if not, he wants his release, and he will try to hook up somewhere else.
Here are the numbers on Joaquin Benoit, who will take over.
Benoit has pitched outstanding baseball lately, and he's one of the major reasons why the Tigers bullpen has righted itself. Benoit has 40 strikeouts already this year in just 28 innings pitched. He's walked 12, and of course, when you post those kind of numbers, the lefties or righties aren't going to have a lot of success against you.
So as Mr. Benoit warms up, we remind you the upcoming pitching matchup is presented by Gordon Chevrolet. Don't forget, it's a 4 o'clock game tomorrow, and look who's coming back for Detroit.
Mr. Pfister has lost 3 games this year and has not won a game, although the earned run average is very respectable. What is that, Mr.? Is that Fredericks?
Friedrich. Christian Friedrich tomorrow for the Rockies. Airtime 3:30 with Tigers Live. So here we go. Benoit is ready, and Pacheco will stand in. Pfister, I'm sure, looking forward to that start tomorrow. Apparently all systems go.
No rehab start for Pfister. He's just going to get the ball here in the major leagues and go get him.
Yep, apparently so. Pacheco has 2 hits, both singles. And he drops down a bunt. Going to go foul, though.
Joaquin Benoit has 40 strikeouts, which is second among all American League relievers. And in his last 18 games, he has posted an ERA just over 1.
Wow. Well, we saw what he could do last year after that slow start to the year. He was awesome the second half of the season. The 0-1. Make it 0-2 on Jordan Pacheco. Tigers without their 7th inning guy. Dotel still on the disabled list. But Villarreal's emergence has helped to cushion the blow there. And the 0-2. Got him, strike 3. Benoit picks up a strikeout, his 41st of the year.
He's been getting them in a variety of different ways. Sometimes it's the 4-seam fastball, 94 to 96. But many times this year, Benoit has thrown that changeup and slider to get his strikeouts. Pacheco was up there just guessing to take that 4-seam fastball with 2 strikes.
Now Rosario with 2 away. Bends out of the way of a ball inside and high. 1 ball, no strikes on Willeen Rosario, who has a single and a run scored. 221 overall this year, but careful with the power. 9 homers. Leading all major league rookies in that category. 1-1. Tigers tonight out of the bullpen have gone with Bilo, Villarreal, Koch, and now Benoit. Casey Crosby taken out of the game in the 4th inning tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. 2-1 the count. Helton at first base, reaching out an infield hit. One of 11 hits tonight for Colorado. Outside, 3-1. We got Nelson waiting on deck too, and he's been a tough out for the Tigers.
If Benoit decides to throw Rosario a fastball here, he's going to get a pretty good swing at it.
3-1.
Not going to give him one.
Outside, he lost him. He'll push the go-ahead run to second base.
The second baseman, number 10, Chris Nelson.
Last 3 for Benoit, all on the recent road trip. Only 1 hit in 3 innings now. Jeff Jones coming out. So Nelson, who has 3 RBIs, getting set to settle into the batter's box. A chance to give his team the lead again. They've had a couple of leads tonight, the Rockies.
They might want to pitch him a little differently. They might want to pitch him inside because he has gone the opposite way with some power here today. Hey fans, help send Detroit Tigers Miguel Cabrera and Prince Fielder to the 2012 All-Star Game in Kansas City. Vote up to 25 times a day at Tigers.com. Cast your ballot now for Fielder and Cabrera. Vote Tigers.com.
There are the anchors on the infield. Now Nelson steps in. And he looks at ball 1. Nelson tripled in a run back in the 3rd and then hit a 2-run homer back in the 4th inning the opposite way. His 3rd home run of the season. Here is Benoit's 1-0 pitch. High fly ball right field, chasing Bosch back. He has room, and the threat is over. No runs. They got a couple of hits, a walk. They strand 2. Here comes the bottom of the 8th. Rockies got it rolling in the third inning on a triple by Chris Nelson, driving home Willeen Rosario to make it a 1-0 game. Then Dexter Fowler followed with an RBI double. Rockies had a 2-0 edge, but Austin Jackson got the Tigers rolling.
Yep, Tigers did their damage in the bottom half of the third inning. Jackson with a double, and then the big fella Cabrera, he also doubled down in that left field corner in the Prince, as he has done all year long. Picks up another huge knock right back up the box, but the Rockies weren't done, and their number 9 hitter, he has gotten busy here today. Nelson, he tripled earlier. Big fly here to right field, but the Tigers have come back to tie the score as well. There was a wild pitch while Brennan Bosch was at the dish, and then that put the runner at third. He grounded out, and Holiday scored.
So we go to the bottom of the 8th. 4-4. We've got a new pitcher now. Matt Belisle is on for Colorado.
Done nice work this year. 26 strikeouts, 4 walks, and that's exactly what you want out of your relievers late in games. You don't want guys to walk anybody.
Pinch hitter for the Tigers. It'll be Quentin Berry to hit for Brian Holiday. Here's the 1-0. It's in there, a strike. So Brothers goes 1 1/3, gives way to Belisle. Both skippers going deep into their pen tonight. 1-1 pitch is sliced back out of play. Berry has had 1 pinch hitting attempt this year. He's 1 for 1 with an RBI.
Berry's starting to find that Major Leagues is not that easy, although he is doing a very good job and was performing very well as a starter. Now his time has been very spotty, and it's very difficult to maintain that same stroke you had when you came up from the minor leagues.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 296 average overall. 6 RBIs. A couple of triples, 4 doubles.
He did not get 1 start in Chicago, although he appeared in, I believe, all 3 of those games in some capacity.
The return of Jackson, sending him to the bench. And he'll get back into the seats. Quentin Berry providing a nice little spark for the Tigers. He's being recalled from Toledo. And he got him, strike 3. Berry is caught looking.
I thought it was low. My initial reaction, we'll take a look at it, and I'm sure Mr. Foxtracks will tell us exactly where it's at. But we saw Todd Helton get called out on the ball earlier this evening too, which was a ball. Mr. Foxtracks said it crossed the plate at his knees.
Right on the bottom edge. Here's Jackson. Belisle's been around a while. He has been with Cincinnati and the Rockies. Broke in with Cincy back in 03. Missed it low. 2-0 the count. Out of Austin, Texas. And that's a strike. Despite the fact that the catcher didn't catch it. The particulars on Mr. Belisle: 6'4", 225. Two on Jackson, trying to get something started. Papa Grande is warming up in the Detroit bullpen, now actually checking out the action. Low, 3-2. Bosch on deck. Ground ball to short. There's Scudero again. 2 gone. assist for Scudero. That'll bring up Bosch. RBI tonight. Brennan, in fact, knocked in the game-tying run in the 6th. '26th RBI. And Belisle stays away, 1-0. Rockies will have the top of their lineup when we get to the 9th. Ground ball right side. Nelson with the backhand throws in time, and the Tigers go clean quietly against Belisle in the 8th. 9th inning coming up. All right, Justin, thank you. Here, the Tigers and the Rockies are knotted up at 4 runs apiece. Barry stays in the game to play left. Rayburn will cruise over to right field. And Laird is the new catcher. And Dexter Fowler leads it off against Joaquin Benoit as we go to the 9th inning, tied at 4s. Laird will bat in the 2 spot in the Detroit lineup. Vacated by Bosch. Fowler takes a ball high. 1 ball and 1 strike. A double and a walk tonight for Dexter.
Sometimes Benoit will throw that fastball just like he threw to Fowler, just to get the hitter thinking about the fastball, only to go back with a changeup or a possible slider.
Popped up. Third base side. Cabrera appears to have room. He does. One gone.
That was kind of awkward looking,
to say the least.
I guess you can smile about it when you catch it, though. Was he thinking about turning the glove the other way, I wonder? He sure was.
Yeah. You know, that second hand comes in handy every now and then.
He couldn't make up his mind.
Here is Scudero. He is showing bunt, and he takes ball 1. Marco is 0 for 3. Tigers tonight have been out hit 11-8. Driven to center field on the line, right at Jackson, and there are 2 gone. Carlos Gonzalez. On base 3 times tonight, 2 singles and a walk. .326 average now for Gonzalez and a 6-game hitting streak. Swing and a miss. Gonzalez is second in the National League in homers. Carlos Beltran has hit 19. Braun and Gonzalez each with 16. Another big swing, 0-2.
Back-to-back changeups by Benoit to Gonzalez. They have given him quite a few off-speed pitches here in the game tonight. Going to go with another changeup.
Ooh, he thought about it. Don't think he went. Nope. He said nope. 1-2. Benoit came on in the 8th. Got the final 2 outs. Now trying to get the 3 9th inning outs. Ground ball right side. Caught there by Prince on a high hop. Throws. Got him.
Nice play all the way around.
So Prince with the glove that time. Benoit covering first base. Terrific defensive play. Ends the top of the 9th. And as we go to the bottom of the 9th, the big bats coming up. Cabrera and Prince on the way. Tied at 4 as we go to the bottom of the 9th, and Miguel Cabrera will lead it off. 4 runs on 11 hits for Colorado. 4 runs, 8 hits Detroit. And the first pitch is low to Miguel. Cabrera, then Fielder, then Young. Cabby tonight 1 for 2. Here's the 1-0 pitch. 2-0. 7th inning or later, a .321 average with 5 long balls. And it's in there, a strike from Belisle. He came on to get a 1-2-3 8th inning. Here's the 2-1. Ground ball left side. Scutaro on the hop. Throw is right on the money. One gone. 8 assists now for Marco Scutaro. He's going to bring up Prince Fielder. Prince singled in a run back in the third. Also had a 2-base hit in the fifth and a walk in the sixth. And he sends a ground ball left side. Glove there by Pacheco. And he'll throw him out. The ground ball outs, 2 away. Bilal making it look easy. 5 up, 5 down. 4 of those on ground balls. Here's Delman Young. 3 ground outs and a strikeout tonight for Delman, who fanned with the bases loaded in the 6th. And it has remained tied ever since. The Tigers got a run in the bottom of the 6th inning to make it 4-4.
You know, Belle is going to come right after you. He doesn't walk many people. He's only walked 4 this year.
Fouled away. Now he's ahead 0-2. Pulled to the left side, base hit out of the reach of Scutaro.
Belle would like to have that pitch back. No balls, 2 strikes through a slow breaking ball up there, and allowed Delman to catch it out in front, and that's one that Scutaro at shortstop couldn't pick here today.
Winning run is on as Johnny Peralta strolls in. Doubled in his first at bat. And a ground ball to short. Right at Scutaro, and they'll get the force to retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Bonus baseball tonight. On Fox Sports Detroit are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. We are still tied at 4 as we go to the 10th, and the Tigers go deeper into the bullpen. Here comes Jose Valverde.
29th game now that Valverde has been in this year. 3.95 ERA, but lately Valverde's been really doing a nice job, just like the rest of the bullpen components.
So Valverde in the 10th inning will face the number 4 hitter Michael Kadire to lead it off. Nice job by Benoit. Kadire, meanwhile, is 0 for 8 against Valverde. Both of these bullpens tonight have been really good. Kadire, then Young, and then Helton. Michael tonight with a single and infield hit. Eleven hits tonight for the Rockies. The Tigers have 9. Swing and a miss.
It's a huge crowd here tonight, but they really haven't had anything to cheer about since the 6th inning.
Tigers got 3 in the 3rd and then scored 1 in the 6th to tie it up. It's the last time they really had a chance to do anything.
And that run they scored in the 6th inning was on a ground out.
Set up by a wild pitch. Meanwhile, it's 0-2 on Kadire.
If you're Papa Grande, you want to make sure this 0-2 pitch is something that Kadire can't reach. Good pitch,
but it bounced in 1-2. Eric Young came on to pinch run for Jason Giambi back in the 8th. He remains the designated hitter. Here's the 1-2. The other way and under the glove of Danny Worth, who just couldn't quite get it.
That is Kadire's first career hit off Papa Grande. He is now 1 for 9. Couple of steps and a dive by Danny Worth, and the ball appeared to trickle right off of his glove.
And he almost got there. Go ahead run is on now for the Rockies. That is their 12th hit tonight. Here's Young.
Eric Young Jr. does not have a sacrifice bunt this year, but more than likely that's what he'll be up there doing right now.
Herrera tied at 3rd. And he lays the bunt down. Valverde might have a play. Instead, he'll throw a lollipop to first, and it's dropped by Prince. Kadire going to 3rd, and he's in there standing up. What turn of events that is.
Valverde thought about trying to go to second base to get the force out with Kadire, and then he changed his body and just lobbed it over to Prince, and Prince tried to stay on the bag and catch it at the same time and could do neither. And a heads-up base running by Kadire to get himself over to 3rd.
Meanwhile, Helton will not bat. They're going to walk him intentionally. This is going to leave the bases loaded with nobody out in a tie game. 6 for 9 against Valverde. Look at the free pass. And that last play ruled a sacrifice E1. Here comes ball 4. The intentional walk now is issued to Todd Helton. Here are some of the numbers that Helton has been able to roll up in his career. all-time among actives. He is first with 565 doubles over 2,100 games.
How about on-base percentage? Over 400 as well. He wears number 17 in honor of Mark Grace. Todd Helton grew up idolizing the former Cub, Arizona Diamondback Grace, and now current Diamondback analyst. That's why he wears number 17.
Well, a rather large-sized mess now for the Tigers to deal with. The bases are loaded, nobody out. Jordan Pacheco trying to give his team the lead. It's 4-4 in the 10th inning. Infield in. Ball one. Pacheco has 2 singles tonight. Leadoff single by Kadire. Young tried to sacrifice him up. Grande threw it away, and then the intentional walk. That's in there as strike 1-1.
Tigers have had lots of opportunities in this game tonight.
They have stranded 11. Broken bat roller towards short. They'll come home with it. There's one. And that's a start. One away. Bases remain loaded.
And now Jim will decide whether he wants to put his infielders up the middle back a little bit to play for 2 up the middle versus playing in at the cut of the grass as they were on that last ground ball to Peralta. And it looks like he has relaxed Danny Worth just a little bit and Johnny Peralta just a little bit. They are no longer at the cut of the grass.
Rosario now with the bases loaded. Strike one. Infield single, a walk. 1 for 3 tonight for Willeen Rosario. There's Peralta and Worth a little bit farther back up the middle. Strike called, and it's 0-2.
Good fastball there by Valverde.
And the 0-2. High chop coming to the shortstop over the head. Peralta into left. 1 run is in. Helton rounding third. He will score. In literally a game of inches, has made it 6-4 Colorado.
Johnny took a couple of steps in on this ground ball, but had he broke back immediately, I don't know if he would have made the play anyway.
So the Rockies get 2 in. Just out of the reach of Peralta. And now still only 1 out with runners at first and third. Laird able to scoop it up 1-0. Chris Nelson the batter. Had a big night. 2 out of 4, 2-run homer, triple, and 3 RBIs. way high. 2 balls, no strikes. Tiger bullpen had not allowed a run tonight prior to the 2 that they've given up here in the 10th.
Tigers bullpen tonight has thrown a lot of pitches too. Benoit threw quite a few. Coke threw quite a few. Bilo. Villarreal as well, and now Papa Grande.
Here's the 2-0. It's outside. 3 balls, no strikes. Casey Crosby lasting just 3 2/3 tonight before giving way to Bilo, and then Villarreal, Coke, Benoit, now Valverde. Dexter Fowler waiting on deck. .30 pitch is inside. He walked him. That's going to reload the bases. Bottom of the lineup doing some work tonight for the Rockies. 7 through 9 have 5 RBIs. Looks like we'll get another pinch runner now. That runner at third base is a big runner. So it's DJ LeMahieu, the local product out of Brother Rice. He will pinch run at third base. There's more action in the bullpen now. Rafael Betancourt. So here is Dexter Fowler. 6-4 Rockies, bases loaded, infield in again. And ball 1. Bilo threw 24 pitches tonight. Villarreal 26. That was the 20th for Valverde. Fowler doubled in a run back in the 3rd. Here's the 1-0. That's in there, a strike. Checked his swing low. 2-1 on Fowler. The error is the biggest play in this inning. It looked like a normal sacrifice, but Valverde threw it away at first base, and that opened the floodgates. Well, the Rockies trying to bust through for a few more here. They've got 3 men on. LeMahieu, Rosario, and Nelson. There's a squeeze, and it's bunted foul back of the screen. 2-2. Fowler unable to get it down.
Really, it's a perfect opportunity to do so. The count is 2 balls. It's 1 strike. The bases are loaded. And Jim Tracy knew that Fowler would get a fastball right down the middle, but Fowler couldn't get it down.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Missed it outside. 3-2 to Fowler with no place to put it. Bases jammed. 24 pitches now for Valverde. 13 have missed the strike zone. Six runs, 13 hits for the Rockies. 4 runs, 9 hits for Detroit. High fly ball toward left field. Barry coming over, makes the catch. LeMahieu tags. He's coming home, and he'll score standing up. Sac fly RBI for Fowler, his second run driven in tonight. That's a big run for the Rockies, now a 3-run game. He's going to bring up Marco Scutaro. Scutaro is 0 for 4. He's been real busy defensively, though. 9 assists tonight from the shortstop position. And he pops it up foul, back out of play. Scutaro has walked this evening. He is otherwise 0 for 4. The 0-1 on the outer edge. 0-2. Scutaro is the 8th man to bat in this inning. The 0-2 pitch. Line to right field. That's going to get down, a base hit. It'll get another run in. That'll leave runners at first and third. An RBI single for Scutaro, and it's turned into a 4-run 10th inning. And Leland's going to have to go get him.
Well, Valverde threw 28 pitches, 15 strikes, 13 balls, so he didn't have his good stuff here tonight.
8-4 ball game, and Valverde gives up the baseball. And then when he was tried to sacrifice to second base, this is what happened.
Yeah, play of the inning. Valverde thought about going to second base, and then he changed while he was in his delivery towards second, and he threw the ball wildly to Prince Fielder. Then the chopper over the head Peralta, and that kind of opened up the floodgates for them to really take over this game.
2-run single by Rosario on that high chop. 3 of the 4 runs unearned in this inning. And now here are the numbers on the new pitcher, Luis Marte.
Only the 6th game now that Marte has been in. 10 strikeouts in 10 2/3 innings. He's only walked 2. He's done better against left-handed batters than he has against right-handers. Marte has a really good changeup that fades down and away from left-handers.
So not Valverde's night tonight. He'll give way to Marte. They send 8 men to the plate against him, and they score 4 runs and still looking for more. He is the 6th man to pitch out of the bullpen tonight for Detroit.
They've used everybody down there.
Is your arm loose?
They won't need me tonight.
It'll be Carlos Gonzalez to be facing Luis Marte, the 9th man to bat in this inning. We talked about how special of a talent Carlos Gonzalez is.
He comes in with a .322 batting average, which was good for 9th in the National League. 16 big flies and 48 runs driven in. He's also stolen 9 bases and hasn't been caught yet, so he's a real good performer. As a matter of fact, he's a definition of a 5-tool player. He can do everything on the baseball field.
So he will dig in now with 4 runs in here in the 10th. 8-4 in favor of the Rockies. He's had 2 singles and a walk here tonight. And Marte trying to keep it where it is. In for a strike. 0-1 on Gonzalez. Nelson the runner at third base. They have Scudero at first. 2 outs here in the 10th. And the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. The only arm that remains in the Tiger bullpen is Luke Peconin. Nobody else called into duty this evening. Now the 1-1. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Marte began the year on the disabled list, made the team out of spring training, but was hurt. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a drive, crushed to right center field, way back, and that ball is way gone. Oh my goodness. A cannon shot to right center field, an exclamation point for the Rockies. That's homer number 17 for Gonzalez. A 7-run 10th inning.
This made a loud sound. He's got that high leg kick. He got it up and got it down and lifted and separated. That's a long way to right center field, too. He knew it was gone, though. Can you imagine how far that thing would have went in Colorado?
Still be circling the earth. So the 15th hit of the night for the Rockies is a big one, a 7-run 10th inning. And it was Michael Kadire that started the inning with a base hit. He's up there again.
Fans running for the exits. They done got so upset they don't even want to see the fireworks.
Apparently not. There's a fly ball deep to left. That one is way back, and that one is gone. That wasn't too cheap either.
That is Kadire's second hit of the inning.
Wow. It has unraveled quite quickly.
And some of those real good bullpen numbers we were talking about earlier have taken a major hit here tonight.
Kadire didn't miss that breaking ball. 12 runs on 16 hits. Hole 1 to Eric Young. It was his bunt that was thrown away by Valverde that really opened up the inning. And they've cashed in a big way. Foul back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It was kind of like the Tigers in the middle game of that series in Chicago, where their third baseman Mather made a miscue on a ball that should have been a double play ball, and they didn't turn it over. They didn't get any outs, and the Tigers went on to win that game.
2 balls, 1 strike. Well, the Rockies pouring it on. We mentioned offense was not their problem this year. They came in with an 8-game losing streak.
And they also came in having not won a game against the American League this year.
They're 0-9. But they stand a pretty good chance right now, leading 12-4 in the 10th. That's driven to right center field. Long run for Jackson. He'll get there in the gap. Inning finally comes to an end, and it was ugly. An 8-run 10th. Tigers coming up in the bottom of the 10th. Well, the Tigers are stunned with an 8-run 10th inning. They're now down 12-4 as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. And tomorrow it's going to be game 2 in the series. Doug Fisker makes his return to the rotation for the Tigers against Christian Friedrich. And they're going to need Fisker to go a little bit tomorrow.
No doubt. Jim has pretty much used up all of his bullpen pieces here tonight, and you don't know who will be good to go tomorrow because quite a few of those guys threw lots of pitches.
Yeah, here are the totals, including the 28 by Valverde, who could not get through the 10. Luis Marte roughed up as well, so Betancourt takes over now as we go to the bottom of the 10th.
A lot of Tigers fans may remember Rafael when he was pitching for the Cleveland Indians. He was a real good setup man over there for a couple of years before taking his act to the National League.
The one thing I do remember is he works very quickly.
Yeah, right. You'll see.
Not. LeMahieu stays in the game to play second, moving Nelson to third. And here's Ryan Rayburn to lead things off in the bottom of the 10th. Ball one missing outside. Rayburn tonight a double in 4 at bats. Checks a swing, strike called, 1-1. Rayburn, Worth, and Berry, the bottom 3 in the Detroit lineup. Outside, 2-1.
Betancourt had his best year in 2007. He had a 1.47 ERA in 68 games for Eric Wedge's Indians. 51 hits in 79 in the 3rd innings.
Wow.
He only walked 9 and struck out 80.
It's fouled away. He challenged him that time right down the middle, and Rayburn fouls it back 2-2.
That's like one of those years that Joaquin Benoit had in Tampa
2 years ago.
Yep, as a setup man.
Two balls, 2 strikes. This game is officially now 4 hours old. Here's the 2-2. 16 hits tonight for the Rockies. Danny Worth on deck. Rayburn grounds it foul. Betancourt replacing Belial. Did a nice job out of their pen. Really, everybody pitched pretty well out of their pen tonight. Swing and a miss, and Rayburn is out of there. One gone.
Betancourt has that real slow, deliberate windup, but he's got a little giddy up on his fastball. That last one at 92, right by Ryan.
Now Danny Worth. Sack bunt back in the fourth to his credit this evening. First pitch is in for strike one. Worth has fanned each of his last two at bats. Talked about Betancourt's time with the Cleveland Indians. Of course, he was a teammate there of Victor Martinez. And Victor is the godfather of Betancourt's son, Rafael.
Victor is a good daddy. We saw that up close and personal last year with his young son.
Off the plate, 1-2.
Victor Jr. I miss that little boy.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet without him around. I mean, he would always be in the cage taking his hacks. He was fun. Playing catch, he was fun. Swing and a miss. Worth is out on strikes. Throw down to complete it. A couple of strikeouts for Betancourt, 2 gone. Bring up Quentin Berry. Berry came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th, and he'll bat with 2 outs in the 10th. Struck out in that pinch hitting attempt. One more out to get for Rafael Betancourt. And it's ball 1 high. Fisker tomorrow in the second game, and then Scherzer on Sunday to wrap up this series. Off day Monday for the ball club. Then the Cards come a-calling. It's a ball high, 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. Jackson would be next. Should Berry keep it going here? And the 3-0. 3-1 on Quentin. Here's the 3-1 pitch. It's in there. Barry was headed to first base, and Jeff Nelson called him back. Full count. Rockies 1 strike away from getting their first interleague win of the season. They were 0-9 coming in. Maybe more importantly for them, they would snap an 8-game losing streak. 3-2 pitch. Fly ball, right field. Kadire is on the move, still going back to the track to make the catch. And that is that. Tigers go 1-2-3 in the 10th inning.
Tigers had a perfect opportunity to come back home on a Friday night, packed house, to build up some momentum, but the Rockies weren't having any of that.
Courtesy of an 8-run 10th inning. Rockies a winner in game 1, 12-4. Back with more from the ballpark.